Buzz and hum. Buzz and hum. 46L6s. Why have I written that down? Alright, we'll check the fuse rating, we'll fire it up, confirm the issue, and dig in. How you going, champions? Let's try that again. Fucking forgot the audio settings. God. So, what are we doing today? We're having a look at this thing. It's a warped T using Kettner. There's reports of buzz and hum. So I'll check the fuse rating. We'll fire it up, confirm the issue, and go from there. What's the fuse rating? Time delay 1.6 amp. Yeah, sorry about the sound. I plugged in the interface and I was going to use a wireless mic and a compressor and all sorts of shit. I thought, oh, fuck that, I'll just go 1.6 amp. Oh, sorry, volume was all the way up. I think the camera just changed settings on me. Hang on. Let's go manual. White balance. Let's try and make my skin less glow in the dark. How about that? What's that? Does that look purple? Pink? That looks blue. I look dead. What's that one? Oh, that looks nice. Yeah. There we go. Let's bring the exposure up a little. Looks washed out on the camera, but looks okay on the screen. So, how are we all doing, legends? Focus, autofocus. Yes, that's good. Let's bring the volume down a bit because I think that's trying to clip a bit. Oh, you know what? I think I've got a filter compressor. Let's bring the old output gain down a few dB. Alright, I think that's better. So I was going to use a no card, yeah. Who cares? It's not your job to record, dickhead camera. I was going to use my Electro Voice body pack with a wireless mic that I bought. Morning dad, morning mum if you're there. But I've had issues with it. It's pretty shitty, eh? I should have just gone all out and got a Shure one. The Electro Voice handheld mic is great, but the body pack, it like makes noise when you handle it, and it's not going through the cable. It's there. You can unplug the mic and it's still making noise, and they're denying it's a problem. Where's components here? They've got all sorts of weird shit no one else has got, but don't ever try and return something under warranty because they just make it so difficult. They're just a bunch of fucktards in that respect. So if something's like plain as day wrong, they'll tell you with a straight face that there's nothing wrong with it. It's like it's caught on fire, it's flaming away, and they're just, no, that's what it normally does. It's like, you just fucking return the thing, would you? You've got millions of dollars, just deal with the occasional loss, mate. It's called running a business. But it's like pulling teeth. So you send the thing all over the place until you've spent so much on postage shipping it back and forth that you may as well just have thrown the fucker in the bin in the first place. So it kind of works. Sounds like shit. It's noisy. It's got hiss and it's got brown noise in the background. It's not cheap though. It's a professional unit. It's like $300 for the body pack, you know, and then $180 for the mic, and it's a pile of fucking turd. So I don't know, I'll just flog it off to some other fuckwit for $300 and get a Shure MX153 or whatever it's called, with the headset, like, so then I can pretend I'm, you know, Miley Cyrus on stage. But that way I can have music in the background, I can have a bit of a shop vibe, I don't have to have dead silence in here so I don't get a copyright strike, and I can still talk to you and not much background noise and nice and clear. But anyway, For the moment, we'll just deal with this little fucker up here like we always do. So let's just check the anode fuse, they call it. Looks intact. Is it rated correctly? 500 milliamp. No, it is not. That's a 2 amp fuse. Fuck. Oh, when will people learn? You don't just throw a massive fuse in there. Oh well. And every time I say that, someone goes, "Oh, well, Fender don't have HT fuses and they're fine." It's like, why is there a fuse there? It's... Yeah, okay. Whatever. Alright, so 5 amp. Should we go 5 amp? 500 milliamp. There we go. Time delay. Ooh, I should order more of them. So, yeah, my answer to those people is, yeah, but when Fenders get a short in the high tension circuit, their wiring is hefty enough to maintain enough current without catching fire in order to blow the mains fuse. Modern amps can't do that. They've got circuit boards with tiny thin little traces, so what happens when you overload the high tension circuit? Well, the next weakest link burns, and that's a trace on the circuit board. And that's difficult to repair. But like internet, all these internet heroes, if there's a problem whose solution is like more than one layer of abstraction, then it can't be true, and it's too complicated and you don't know what you're talking about. So let's give this thing some power. Now we know that the fuses aren't blown, even though there's a 2 amp fuse, so the HT one might blow. We'll just have a quick turn it on, see if it does what he says. Still investigate even if it doesn't. I love how the HT carried over from the power line slang. Yeah. High tension. Alright, plug a speaker in. I think I've got the mic plugged in and everything. Isn't that fantastic? Yes, I do. So you can listen to the actual speaker, so you'll hear all the horribleness. 16 ohm. Okay, the master's all the way up. That's a curious setting. Let's set everything midway. I think this has got maybe not. All the switches are alternate actions, so I don't think there might not be a main microcontroller. There is a MIDI input though, so there must be some kind of brain box in there. Oof. It's got a hefty hum from the transformer. Listen to that. It's only drawing 50 watts. It's got glowy lights. Of course it does. It's using Kettner. Yeah, you can't see it without me lifting it. Yeah, it's got glowy lights. Alright, so we're sitting at 48 watts. So, fingers crossed. 123 watts down to 112. Can't hear any hum. I think he might have been talking about the actual unit itself. The output's pretty quiet there. I've got nothing plugged in. That's the warp channel, which I guess means high gain. It's a bit noisy, but it's a high gain amp, so... And the master's at halfway. Let's plug in, have a listen. I think he's talking about the physical sound coming from the amplifier itself, which is the transformer. Now looking in here, there's no transformer. There is a transformer, but it must be in the inside the chassis itself. We're not drawing excessive current, so I'm quite happy to plug in and have a quick listen. Turn off there'll be a lot of latency between, there's a big delay from the video card, and the Mode 2's only got like 20 milliseconds or something, so I'll just mute the video. Alright, well let's go with, he's concerned about the vibration from the chassis, so that could just be a loose bolt. It seems to be performing as designed. Sounds pretty pretty bitey, very toppy. Not sure how much that translated in that 5 seconds, but it's pouring in LA, is it? Thought it was always sunny. Oh no, that's Philadelphia. Oh, shit. Yeah, I might have to turn this around. That's just going to fall on the valves. Are you in LA, Wes? So it's been an event-filled Friday, Saturday. Yesterday, the internet started playing up, but it started playing up on all the computers, not just one of them. Yeah, it wasn't the internet, it was the router was resetting. So I had to run around and, well, first rang TPG to find out if, I needed a specific router for their services, because I don't know, I know nothing about IT stuff, it's all these 3 and 4 letter acronyms, so I've got no idea what they are. IP, OEE and DHCP, and fucked if I know. So I've finally ended up getting out of them that it was my router that was at fault, and I could get any router because I didn't have VoIP, even though I paid for VoIP, which I didn't know I did. So I went and bought a router from the local computer shop. There is actually one here that you don't have to order online, because it's good having retail shops, because sometimes you need shit then, right then. You need to drive there and come back with it, and that was one of those situations. I didn't want to order one and wait 5 days for it to come in. So I went up there, he's pretty cheap, and got an Jesus, and Yeah, of course, it was all dramas trying to get it to work, and had to ring them up and get them to reset the connection, and just nothing's easy, eh? But anyway, it's working now. It looks fancy. It's got like 3 antennas poking out of it, so. And there seems to be some noise that was in the background has disappeared, so I think that was the old router starting to fuck up. I'll go grab it. It's quite hilarious from an electronics point of view. So there's the old one. Can't see because it's overexposed. Go that way. Now, I don't know if you can make it out there, but the whole top of this thing is yellow. It's gotten that hot that the plastic's degraded. And you can sort of make it out there. A bit hard with white and on camera, but the whole thing's gotten so hot, and because it's on 24/7, it's just cooked itself, eh? That's some good thermal design. Yeah, it looks like the 90s had the plastic that had bromine or whatever in it, and it would come out, and the plastic would go yellow. Yeah, well, this is heat induced though. So I should crack it open and see how fucking terrible the circuit board looks under that. It's probably fine, but something's wrong with it because it was power cycling. So I've got the new one that's black, so if it overheats I won't even know because it's already black. So I grabbed that and I was frantically setting that up last night so I could live stream today because I already said that I would. It just shits me having to change plans because of technology failing. So in the end, Shell was the one that got onto the I'm stressing and about to throw the thing against the wall, and Shell just rang them up, goes through the process, and got it sorted. Of course, they don't want to do anything when you ring them. They assume you're an idiot because so many idiots ring. And once they've gone through all the stuff and yeah, no, that doesn't work, then they go, okay, I'll reset the connection, and then bang, it works. And it's like, well, wouldn't you just do that to start with? It doesn't really cost you anything, does it? It was when I went to the computer store, I sort of had a moment thinking, my God, I'm glad I don't work in a computer store, because there was this old guy, old fat dude with a beard, stains all over his shirt, on his gut, looked pissed, walked like he was drunk, and he's standing there with the laptop. He goes, "It's fucked again. What'd you just do to it?" And this very polite, Chinese guy is like, in his sort of not like pretty good English, but the polite sort of but firm Chinese guy with no, you're wrong. Shut up for a second. And he's explaining to this guy that like you've actually got to enter a password when you it's just like this guy had never used a computer in his life, but he'd used this same computer every day, but he still didn't know how to use it. I'm just like, oh God, imagine working, having to deal with people like that. Anyway, so it's got 4 mullards in here. Still got vacuum, yes. Some April 2014 and some December 2013. Got a lot of dust on everything. I think we're free now. I'll just pull a chassis out on this other bench. So, here's the construction. It's not an enclosed box, it's just like a shaped channel. Just brighten this thing up again. Should just set it to auto, eh? How about we just go back to auto and let it do what it wants. So that's the profile of it. That's our big transformer. I'll get some blocks so I can set it up. Wow. Well, at first look, aside from the LEDs lighting up bullshit, it looks really well built. It's got F&T caps. It's got what appear to be V-shave 5 watts throughout. Metal film resistors everywhere. They look like V-shave as well. It's got these crazy connectors on the transformer. What are they? Are they fuses? Man, it looks like an industrial transformer, you know. Alright, I don't want to touch it. Yeah, that's impressive. So the build quality on a lot of these H&Ks is very impressive. Yeah, they go above and beyond. Anyway, we'll just check the mounting of this thing. It feels pretty firm. Now there's no bolts going through this thing. There's a welded bead down here like you get on some of the PVs and that when they weld that bottom plate to it. Now that can cause it's like a bit of a shorter turn, so they use a bit more like energizing current than just a stacked with a bolt going through it. So that could be part of it. Nothing feels loose. I don't think there's anything wrong with this amp. It's just transformers just happens to make a bit of noise. Just thinking when it's upside down, it's probably sitting. Yeah, you can see there's a bit of discoloration on that one here. It's probably sitting against the cabinet and rattling against the cabinet, so I reckon if we put a bit of foam tape there, that might sort it out. Anyone else having issues with JJ tubes cracking and losing vacuum? Yes, everyone is, Scott. It's just stop buying JJs until they sort it out. It's been happening for over a year now. Hell, I've got one right here. There you go. JJs. JJs represent. Whoop. Let the universe in. Yeah, just don't buy JJs at all until they sort it out. You know, same old thing with valve manufacturers. They just sell their shit, offload it, and the thing with a crack is they can always say that it's just you mishandling it. So they can always blame the customer, which is that's basically their business model these days. Just blame the customer for their own shortcomings. So anyway, I guess a bit of foam tape will probably sort this thing out. Nothing else really seen wrong with it. Let's just give it some power on the bench when it's isolated and see if it still hums like a prick. Power lead won't reach. Who's making a good affordable EL84? Tube Amp Doctor. Well, they're not making them, but whoever's making them for them is good. Just go Tube Amp Doctor everything at the moment, Scott. Oh, I don't make money telling you that, but I wish I did. No, they're the only ones I use for anything at the moment. I've been using some piss vanes, not preamp valves because they're noisy, but their EL34s have been good. I got some 6L6s, 5881s actually. It's a 6L6 in different label. Not paying $60 a tube for Sovtech. Fuck Sovtech. Just go Tube Amp Doctor, Red Bass, second Select Series. Or if you're saucy, here you go. How much do you want these for? $71.89A's Toshiba. Whoo! If I had 4 of them, I'd sell them to some hi-fi dickhead. I say, look, it even says hi-fi. Glass too thin on JJ's. I don't think it's the thickness, I think it's the annealing process. Something's wrong. They're still in the plastic cellophane, like a pack of smokes. Saving them for a special occasion, just like a cigar. They're good for amps that have like 400 and something volts on the plates, because the EL84s don't put up with that without something going bang. Alright, so I can still feel it vibrating. It's funny, can't really feel the transformer itself vibrating, but just the chassis around it. Yeah, I don't know. I'll have to ask him if it happened all of a sudden or if it's always happened. That's a lot of the time I forget to ask that. So people buy an amp and one of its quirks is freaking them out when it's just one of its quirks. Had a bloody... Oh, I'll show you. I think I'm allowed to show you. No, I won't show you. Had a Splawn quick rod yesterday, and had some weird behaviour. DC on a pot. Solo knob was working when it shouldn't, and it was really leakage, like harsh blatty clipping coming through when some of the controls are set to 0 and it should be nothing. Turned out it was solder bridges on the optocoupler board from the foot switch. So that amp never worked right from the factory. And what were they worth? $4,000 or something? It never worked right from the factory. Crazy. What have we got now? Got a bloody super reverb, mate. How you going? How you doing? Don't need blocks on this one. I've taken the output valves out. So this amplifier has been chooched before. Someone's played knifey spoony, so it got brought in for this. But like a lot of these old Fenders, yeah, it has one issue that's made it stop making noise altogether, or like unbearable distortion. But you know, what condition was it in to start with? So let's go over it. I'll do detailed videos later. I'm just assessing stuff now to get pricing together for people, because everyone wants a quote. So let's start with what we can see. So let's look at the output section first. someone's replaced the stoppers, grid stoppers, and the screen grid resistors on the 6L6s there. Yeah, there's a lot of wire, Alan. This is it's not their heyday. So yeah, you got just metal films there. Nothing particularly wrong with that. Let's just take the rectifier valve out. What's that, a JJ's as well. You can see they've just passed the wire through the eyelet and soldered it without folding it or anything. You can see the rest of the wire hanging past the eyelet. So that's asking for a fractured solder joint. I'll fix that up. These are actually, curiously, these are folded over like I would. I'd probably use a higher power resistor than a 2-watt, but hey, it worked for Fender. Leo did it, like everyone says on forums. They've removed the ground cap, although looking at the center pin there, doesn't look like solder's ever touched it, so I don't know that was ever used. And they've done a recap. So to me, a recap means you've replaced every electrolytic capacitor in the amp, but they haven't. So they've changed all the bypasses. Let's see, got some Siemens ones there. Interesting. You got those generic things. I'm not sure who makes them, but I've seen that symbol before. It means something. So all the bypasses are changed. There's a lot of carbon films swapped in throughout, so they must have gone through and found drifted or noisy resistors here and there. Although I've got a feeling a lot of these were changed when they were chasing a problem, which was probably a conductive board. Because yeah, I don't think they would have had to change every cathode resistor on all the phase inverter stuff. Don't know. I'll dig a bit deeper and take some measurements, but whatever. It's replaced now, so it is what it is. Looks like they've replaced the Reverb driver tranny at some point, because it's got this weird thin wire and melted jacket splitting apart there. So all the film caps are still there. Generally these brown and blue ones last for ages. They've replaced these ones in the trem, vibrato, whatever you want to call it. And they've got one there as well. I think the output transformer is original, however the length and arrangement of the primary wires doesn't look, you know, they're hanging up in the mid-air and they're really long, so that makes me think maybe it was replaced as well. So importantly, you've got the two most important caps in the amp and they've left them in. So I don't know if people think because it's a sealed white thing that maybe it's a film cap and doesn't need changing, but they're electrolytics as evidenced by the plus symbol on them. Just because they're sealed doesn't mean they're not electrolytic, so they need replacing for sure. All these grounds need redoing, and I'll show you why. Now again, this is something that really triggers me from the don't fix what ain't broke crowd that don't look deeper than, you know, the surface at all. Look what happens when you use transformer mounting bolts as grounds, and I've said this a million times but no one listens. Oh, look at that. See that blob of solder? It's doing fuck all. That blob of solder is attached to the chassis, but it's not attached to the terminal, so it does nothing. And this nut I can probably undo with my finger, even though it's got a little lock washer on it. But yeah, that ground is ineffective, to say the least. Here's your main ground coming from your mains cord. That whole blob of solder's moving on the chassis. so that's doing nothing as well. It's only the only thing the safety ground on the power cord of this amp is attached to is the ground of that bias cap. So fuck knows if it was biasing properly either, and it wouldn't have had a reliable safety ground. But yeah, you can see there the actual blob is sliding across the chassis. See the movement? So that's terrible. Never use a transformer mounting bolt as a ground or any termination at all. And I think the only one that's still sort of holding on is the heater balance, the least critical of all, down there. So it's soldered to the actual chassis. So all of that needs redoing. I want to take all the bolts out, clean that whole area, redo the bias supply, maybe change it if that's the balance circuit, maybe change that to a adjustable as well as balance. Just redo all the grounds, have them on the chassis, clean the chassis, have them as their own dedicated point, and probably put some nylock washers back, nylock nuts back on the transformer. Clean up all this wiring, shorten it, twist it properly. Yeah, I mean, you could go crazy cleaning up the wire on this thing because yeah, it's spaghetti city. There's all these long runs of coax all over the place that don't have to be that long. I've got a feeling that some of them used to be under the board maybe, and they've been moved around. You've got solder joints that look super suspicious, like here. It looks suspicious because it's blurry. Where's my pointer? I put it down and it just disappears. There it is. So yeah, solder joints like that. I can actually see that resistor's cracked and moving. So that, like every solder joint pretty much we'll go over. Because if that one's shit, then there's probably many others that are. You got weird stuff here, like looped bits of wire, just tack soldered. I don't know what the deal is there. So yeah, it came in for one replacement valve, which he didn't. Well, I don't think he was fussed about a match set, and was like, well, let's put a match pair in there, eh? Unless you love hum. And I said, look, let's have a look at it. And I could tell because sometimes people tell you the problem. Like, it's just this, I just need this. And you have to show them in front of their face, no, it's not just this, it's a whole bunch of other stuff. Because you can send them photos till the cows come home, but unless they're standing there with you, they don't agree with you. This guy's cool, but I wanted to make it very clear that it's not just a valve that's required, because someone else has probably not done a whole job on this. But you never know, maybe that was budget restricted. We've got a one of the coupling caps here is ceramic. I'm just trying not to crush my mouse. Lyle loves those boards. Yeah, the warpy wax coated ones. Looks like someone's cleaned off some wax in the reworked areas, but there's a lot that isn't too, and there's a lot of residue from someone's just sprayed in the input jacks a million times. Everything's got like a greasy sort of patina to it. Good stuff. But yeah, someone's clearly sprayed in the jack and it's flowed down onto this area behind, because there's a big jet there of grease, and who knows if that's conductive or what, or corrosive. So I'd love to just strip the board and start again, but that very much won't be in the budget. So I think we're going to have to fire it up after doing what we have to do. I'm going to have to make it clear that I have to do this work to get it to a point where it's good enough that I can get to the next layer of the onion and find out if there's anything else that needs refining. And at that point, we kind of don't know what the budget will be, unfortunately. If that board's getting conductive, we can wash it a bit, but imagine if it's crackling and popping and it's caused by the board being conductive and you haven't quoted for that, and now you've got to make a new eyelet board and repopulate it and install it into the amp for free for a customer. That will kill 2 days and you'll go broke. So I need to make it clear that we have to get it to a point where it's good enough that we can refine it and make it the amp it should be. And if you're not in for a penny in for a pound, then probably don't even bother. Just sell it as is. That'd be a great amp to buy and do up. But look at the front, man. It's had a hard life. Look at this knob. There's nothing left, mate. It's dead. It's already dead. Have a go at it. Maybe it actually cuts in at 6 and cuts out at 2. That's cool. Even poor little treble knobs copped it. I did look at him in the eye and said, and once we're done, do you think maybe you might need a cover for the amp? Had a good chuckle. He's a cool guy. That one's smashed as well. Certainly got a patina about it. But things like the switch might need replacing. Bright switches. Those jacks, although they look cool, I'm not trusting those with signal of any sort. This is like, yeah, it's probably one of the most hectic front panels I've ever had. I had a vibro champ I bought off someone for $200 once that was probably worse, and I did it up internally, but I made it like a rat rod, so it performed really well. Sounded fantastic, but the outside looked rowdy as. It was really cool. I'm not sure who bought that. Someone bought it, probably for not enough money. Oh man, I've got hay fever today. I'm gonna sneeze. So, to clear up all the stuff and recap the bias supply and stuff, you're looking at a service, and you're probably looking at another 2 to 3 hours for running all those grounds, cleaning up the chassis, undoing bolts, replacing stuff. The time adds up, honestly. Power cord is covered with some kind of grease. Plug has a cracked collar. Looks like the right polarity, kind of hardened. I'd love to do a full-on rebuild of this amp. Kind of sucks when you know that that's probably not going to happen, but I'll ask him. I'll let him know that it's an option. Back panel looks alright. It's got the voltage switch there that loves to fall apart. I'll probably hardwire that to 240 volts and disconnect the other windings, other taps I should say. So then there's the other side. So this transformer, I can't remember how to read the date codes, but it looks original, but it's just the wiring looks non-original. I just like to think Fender wasn't that messy, but maybe they were. So this has got those sockets where the contacts are like 3 or 4 mil down into the hole. They suck. I hate those ones because you're only holding on by the very tip of the valve pin. It's not very strong. So yeah, I'll sit down and just add everything up on that one and throw a dart. The other thing is the cabinet's in pretty terrible shape, as you'd expect. Let's see how much of that I can get in frame. Just wrap up this cord. Good to see you just chatting amongst yourselves. Am I boring you? Alright, under the doghouse. I've already looked at this with the customer, but I'll show you. Let's check the correct valves are in the correct places. ACC81, yeah. Looking good so far, all JJs. All still have their vacuum, which is nice. And a tongue sole in V1. Looks like me bogan. Do you guys know what a bogan is? B-O-G-A-N. Ooh, they splashed out for the overpriced, oversized Sprague Adams. A big empty cap with a smaller cap inside it. That's all they are. But yeah, the work looks okay. The soldering here looks much better, actually. So I'm not, I don't know, maybe a few different people have had a go at this thing. Because this work looks good. They've extended a wire there, I'm not sure why, but this work looks good, but some of the work inside does not. You can see I probably would have cleaned up the inside of the residue from the old caps there. So the old caps would have gone bang, and that's their shmoo left behind. So probably clean that up. There's probably a lot of rust under it by now. Bogans are natives. No, they're not. Aussie laugh at me in a forum. A bogan's like trailer trash over here. You guys seen the castle? Any modern boutique amps that you recently serviced sporting some shady grounding or wiring? Yes, probably almost all of them. I hate to tell you. There's very few boutique brands that are actually worth the money. The worst of all, the worst amp I've ever seen, like the guy who built it had no idea what he was doing, was oh god, what was it called? It was some harp amp thing. It had like 12 ground loops. I was like, why are you putting so many grounds in? And it was like just no fundamental misunderstanding of the concept of a triode gain stage. It was hilarious. I traced it out, it was so funny. It made noise, so it went out the door. Basically, that's what a lot of the boutique brands do. It makes noise at all, so it's a good amp. Alright, onto the cab. When you pick a cab up and it squeaks and rattles and shakes and stuff, that's not a good sign. And this one does all three. So first things first, that speaker, are we all the way out? No. Oh, look at that. Bloody hell, it's like we're in a satellite. This speaker here is holding on by one bolt. There's only one. Oh, there's two bolts in the baffle. That one's loose, no nut. That one's got a nut, but there's a ½ inch under the nut. So I can undo that by hand. And that was just floating around in the cab. Boutique is another word for purchased prestige. Cone looks alright, but that was holding on by one nut, so that has to be addressed. And before someone puts a bolt through the surround, this is the most hectic chassis I've ever seen. Chassis cabinet. So the sides, made from solid pine, starting to delaminate. I kind of want to buy this off him and turn it into a beast, because it's hurts my soul seeing it like this. It should be absolutely cherished by someone. So it will be after it's done, but just there's so much work in it. So all the terminals still have their spade connectors, but someone's tried to wet some solder onto them, and they're like rusty. So see that? So there's your spade connectors, all rusty, and they've just tried to solder it, and it still just comes off, and all you've got is just another blob of solder on there that's done nothing. So I suggested to him that we hardwire all of these. Now he's got the original driver. You can see there's one odd one out here. He's got 3 Alnicos and 1 ceramic. I think this one's been rewound, because it says on there high temp VC voice coil. So when you get something rewound, often they give you a choice: do you want a paper or a Captain voice coil former? And I'm guessing on this one, because it says high temp VC, they would have used a Captain former. Kapton, not Captain. Oh, the baffle's coming off too. It's coming away from its cleats. So this whole cabinet needs rebuilding, really. I might give him an offer on this, because I want to make this thing a beast. Now the whole box is flexing, because the finger joints are coming apart. You can see there. Well, the reverb tank's rattling, that's a good sign. Let's see the movement. Everything's the whole cabinet's coming apart. It takes effort on a Fender cabinet, and it's squeaking. That's not it. That's not it squeaking on the bench. That's the joins squeaking. You can see inside. See the glue joins there? They're opening up. So yeah, she needs some work. Now I don't want to flip this over, because that speaker's going to come out. I might just disconnect disconnect that one, since it's got nothing holding it. If the baffle was loose, there wouldn't be any bracing for the cab sides. Yeah, I think that's what's happened, Lee. Yeah, for a super reverb, I'd like to make this thing really nice, but I know it's not a 60s one or anything, but still. So the baffle's still intact, it's just lost its so there's a gap. See the gap there? And that's bigger at the bottom there. So someone's gone in there and put some like door seal foam in there, so that was probably rattling, but really what they should have done is just tighten the fucking thing. I'm not holding out much hope that the reverb tank's okay. It's floating around as well. It's lost its screws. So that's just rolling around in there and sticking to the speaker magnets. And the next thing, grill cloth. So there's pretty much none left. So there's probably like a good, God, depending how, if you want to make this cabinet great, there's probably a day in it. So that's like $1,000. This is probably $1,000 in the cab and probably $1,000 in the amp if you want to go over the whole thing and make it bulletproof. So you're probably talking $2,000 plus parts just to make the thing like a prime example of a super reverb. So it has cleats, which I think is a 72 and before feature, but a heavily waxed board, which is a 73 and later feature. Okay, did you say what year it was and I missed it? No, I didn't. Yeah, yeah, 72, 73. It's no skin off my nose, mate. It doesn't really matter to me what year it is, because I'm here to repair it. So there's that. I think I've got enough to throw a dart at that and just figure out what he wants to do. I've left grill cloth schmoo all over the bench. Do you want it to be a beast forever? Do you just want to flip it? Do you want to just get it so it's making noise again? Don't know. What have we got now? Let's do another H&K, eh? Hey? Buzz and hum on this one too. Alright, we've got a Hughes and Kettner Statesman. Ah yeah, we're nerds. It's all about the minutiae, the minutia. So this one's got buzz and hum as well, apparently. Makes me a bit, it's got a twang button. Makes me a bit suspicious when multiple amps come from a customer with the same fault, like maybe it's his pedal board or something, but I always ask them that and they always say no, I've eliminated that. It's got two EL34s, sorry. No cracked glass, good to see. And JJ's as well. Sounds like that's never been undone because there was that crack when I undid the screw. See if this one does it. Yep. That's probably never been opened since it was made. This one came with a foot switch, which I think he needs a cord for. Just hold this panel in. It's the same construction as the Warp T. It's got this funny rear panel thing. With little finger holes. Germans being Germans, they think of everything. It's stuck to the top. What are you stuck to? Oh, there's a bit of foam in there. There we go. The foam was stuck to the top of the lid. It's a slightly different construction. It's interesting. It's got jumpers like you find in a computer motherboard. Well, you used to. Probably not anymore. Got a little header poking through. It might be EL34/6v6 setting. Alright, I'll spin it around. The vast majority of untrained troubleshooting skills are sorely lacking. I would trust I eliminated it as far as I could throw that super reverb. What did I eliminate? Who's eliminating what? Who's untrained? I'm untrained. Everyone's untrained. Oh, yeah, gotcha, Lee. I know what you're saying now. Yeah, I eliminated that possibility. Yeah, that's what they say. That one guy's amp was giving intermittent signal. I said, did you try another lead? He goes, I tried 2 other leads and they all had the same problem. So I eliminated that. I said, okay. Brought it in, plugged it in, perfect. Can you bring your leads in? He goes, yeah, I got them in the bag. So he pulled them out. All 3 leads were faulty. Oh, what are the chances of that? And I said, extremely high. When you get your cord and you roll it around your arm like that to roll it up, it'll be fucked. You have to buy a new cord every 6 months. Simple as that. Yeah, that's it, Scotty. Where's fixing shitty stuff from incompetent manufacturers college? How much is tuition? I was thinking about this the other day when I was... What was I doing? I think I was just driving and thinking. You can learn everything there is to know about electronic amp design and stuff, but it's the real world implementation of it that is usually the source of the problems. Like, the circuit might be perfect, but look at the Classic 30. The circuit's fantastic, or aspects of it, but the implementation is not. So often you don't get taught that as you're studying electronics. You don't get taught the physical construction of it, because it's almost like a mechanics or like a design. I don't know. It's a multi. What I'm trying to say is it's a multi-disciplined art form, I guess. You got to be a carpenter, a cabinet maker. You got to be a metal worker. You got to know what's possible in these different trades, and just the physical layout of stuff, heat management. So you got to know a little bit about physics. There's a lot in it, and it's not really something you can just go and get a qualification in, unfortunately. So you've got to be a hack like me, is what I'm saying. The problem with no external transformers in this thing is there's nothing to grab it by. So look at this. Normally I'd grab the trannies by the scruff of their neck and pull the chassis out, but there's nothing to grab, and you can't grab the valves. Sticking to the Tolex. Oh, this is making me nervous. There it goes. Don't want to hit those valves. Kind of like an engineer and an architect working together, yeah, except in my experience they never worked together. They always fought each other. The architect would want dumb shit, like they'd want a wall to be able to slide out of the way. And the engineer would be like, well, where does the fucking wall go? Like, are you going to build another room for the wall to go into? And they're like, no, we can't do that. And I'm like, well, think about it, mate. And this is literally the dumb shit that was a daily argument in the architectural joinery industry, and I was just trying to keep both parts. I acted as the sort of mediator between the engineer and the manufacturers that we were using to make the metal stuff and whatever, and the arty-farty off in the fucking clouds architects that wanted to just win the next award because they achieved the impossible, regardless of whether it's going to be still functional in a year or not. So that's someone else's problem. The thing with the architects is they could come up with a design that barely worked. Like if physics didn't apply, then it would work fine, but unfortunately it does. Then the manufacturers, including us, would have to make it. And then we were the ones that had to warranty it. So we were constrained to their design. Then we had to warranty that design for like whatever the reasonable lifespan was, like 15 years or something. Even though we had no power over the stupidity of the design. So I was just like, fuck this. You guys can have it, mate. I'm out. You can sign your life away on that dotted line and make some structure that's going to fall down and kill someone in the public. I don't want a part of it anymore. That's why I got into this full time. So we designed a overhead structure. And I drew it in CAD, and it had like, it was like 23 tons or something stupid. It was metal and glass, and it sat above a bar and a restaurant, like service area. I'm like, did you just get the engineer to check the slab? Like, is it even load rated for this? And they're like, yeah, it'll be fine. I go, but hang on. And then I showed them, because it's pretty easy in CAD to enter a density of a material and then get it to calculate the overall weight of the entire structure. I'm like, man, you've got like 20 tons hanging off this slab. You better get this certified, otherwise you're going to kill someone or cause a friggin' partial collapse of a building. And they were hesitant to. I'm like, why would you be hesitant to? So that's about the day I decided, no, I'm getting out of this. Not being involved. They're going to do it anyway, but I just don't want my name on it, so... Alright, so this one looks similar board construction to the other one, but a lot simpler. No LEDs, oh, disappointing. It's got a reverb tank fixed inside the chassis there. It's got one long preamp board up front. Well, not preamp, but control board. And a big ribbon connector going back to the rear board where all the valves are housed. There's no valves on the front board. And several op amps by the looks of it. I can see the dual inline solder connections there. Let me just grab a little mirror. Oh, my beard's getting to the length where the mustache hair is going up my nose. Oh, it's invigorating. Yeah. Pretty densely packed board there. We've got a little shield over the preamp, the input section. And we've got two pretty small toroidals, to be honest. And it's only driving two EL34s, so let's plug in and have another listen. Hey, yeah. Is that mic on? Is this mic on? Hello. George Carlin. Alright, so we've got a clean non-master volume channel and we've got a master volume drive channel. Turned it on, it's gone up to 80 watts, back down to 41, 38, 35 and dropping. No hum audible at all. Like, at all from this one. And we're settling at 30 watts, which is pretty low actually. They are toroidal, so probably a bit more efficient. Alright, so we're probably expecting about 70 or 80 watts when we fire this thing into standby, so we'll keep an eye on the power draw. Just dropped to 58 watts. So it must be biased pretty cold. Anyway, we're on the drive channel. Give you a bit of level there on the speaker. A bit of crackling there on the volume control. I don't think it's DC, although it could be. I'll check that. It does sound pretty even. Like there's often a potential across the wafer. I'll go to the clean channel. Okay, so there's more hum on the clean channel than the drive channel. It's unaffected by volume. But it is affected by treble. So here, there, that's the treble maxed out. That's the treble all the way down. Scotty, stealing my ideas, mate. No, it's good that you did that. That's awesome. That was gonna be a rainy day project for me when I got around to it. You listening to that, Six? Scotty made a, I guess an adapter board to use Panasonic BBDs instead of SAD 10 whatever they are. Alright, let's play through this thing. Just Saturday morning hack guitar. I've got a link for UK market, Sherwood. Oh, you lost me at Sherwood, mate. What's that unit? If it's got a market price of less than $300, throw it in the bin. What? It's showing that that's a Sherwood combination thicknesser. There are no matches on Google for what you just typed. You're gonna have to be clearer, Jerry, because what you just typed there gives me 0 results on Google, and that's saying something. Because the reticons can get closer to 0 milliseconds. Yeah, there is that. Bit of leakage there. Oh, I don't know what's wrong with this. It's another... I think there might be a problem with his rig. Let's give it some sine wave and I'll turn the gain down. Yeah, that slap back was because there's a massive delay from the video capture card. It's almost a 1 second delay. 600 or 700 milliseconds or something. And there's only a 20 millisecond delay from the Mo 2, which you're hearing the mic. I think that was an Akadaka song. I've forgotten the... Someone covered it. I forget who. It was one of their B-sides, I think. Akadaka back in the 70s. Their B-sides were often the better song. It sucks because they were so good. And maybe it's just because we haven't been smashed by them that much. But the B-sides on their singles were fucking fantastic songs. And you're thinking, why didn't this end up on an album? But, you know, everything they wrote was cool. Albeit a little bit formulaic, but anyway. You can set up a delay in OBS to sync them up. Yeah, but then when I'm speaking, it'll have a... wait. Yeah, it'll be out of sync with the video then. What's next to the moon? What? Satellite. I don't know. I could download VST plugins and shit till the cows come home, but I couldn't be fucked, Six. Just deal with it. It's not the priority today. Oh, we have a Michelle. Slight feedback in the background. No, that's just it's just a bit of the sine wave leaking through. Hey woman. 6, there is no delay plugin as standard. I'd have to download a VST 2 point something plugin. There's no delay. There's no delay. Sorry. Just deal with it, mate. 6 is bitching again. Whoa. Where are you going? Nepal?
Yeah, man.
What area? I mean...
Oh, just kind of Jamo.
Jamo. Alright, have fun. You bring me back a burrito for lunch. When do you finish?
I don't know.
You don't know?
But I'll bring burrito.
No, it's okay. I'll get my bloody burrito. Alright, let's desk share. Desk share. Mum and Dad say good morning.
Good morning.
Let's have a look. Alright, so filter. Filters. I've got a compressor. If I go plus, 3-band EQ, compressor, expander, gain, invert polarity, limiter, noise gate, noise suppression, upward compressor. What's that? I don't know. Or VST2 plugin. So then you got to download a plugin from somewhere and you got to put that in. Oh, fucking hell. Just fuck off, 6. You're supposed to be busy, mate. Yeah, anyway. So I don't think there's anything wrong with this, but we'll just give it a quick tap around. Tap, tap, tappy. Where's my blue thing? There it is. effects loop. Powerage. Yeah. It's curious. The ring is what breaks the contact the signal. It's got a series parallel effects loop, you can switch it. Try not to waste any more time on this one. I might just ask him to go through the rest of his rig, but he's got other amps, so you'd think if there was a problem there he would have encountered it, but I don't know, it's just frustrating when you get a stream of amps that don't really have any major problems. Alright, let's look at the setting and let's spend 20 minutes syncing up our video. Alright. Are you sure you want to leave YouTube? Yes. Just don't ask me. Video proc converter. What? Oh, okay, this is just an article. Okay, it's got a okay, offset, sync offset, right. Okay, so the Mo2 is first, so we need to delay that. So let's go advanced audio properties, sync offset, Mo2, let's go 300 milliseconds and we'll see where that, well, let's go 200 to start with. I'll grab the mic. Alright, so I don't think that's worked. Okay, I'm looking at the meters. So I think we need 300 milliseconds. 300. It's a bit closer. 400 milliseconds. 500 milliseconds. 600 milliseconds. Then we'll fine tune it. Jeez, more. Let's go 800. It can't be a whole second, surely. Is it actually changing? Okay, so it's not showing it on the meters. That's the issue. So I can't use the meters as a reference. I'm gonna have to get my earphones, mate. Hey. Yeah. That sounds like 300 to me. It's not changing anything. Oh, hang on. No. So I've literally got to record a video to know if it's fucking working or not. Oh. So shit. It still sounds fucked here. I don't know how OBS works. It's pretty opaque in a lot of its functions. Alright, so I've recorded a little bit of video. I'll test that. See, this is why you get nothing done, Six, because you fuck around with stupid shit like this. Alright, listen to this video. He's trying to... OBS works. It's pretty opaque in a lot of its functions. Alright, that sounds good. Six is trying to ring me. Fucking hell. Is he upset with me? I'm not going to dox him. I'm not going to show his number on screen.
Yo.
Hey. What's going on?
And all the rest of that, we can hear it on this end, telling you to go less on your delay.
Yeah, I just don't know why it's not showing up in the monitoring. It's shit.
Because it's the way it's sending it through. You're not going to hear it on that end. We're going to hear it on this end.
That's fucking dumb.
This is how you typically set it up, right? So set it to like 100 milliseconds.
Yeah, it's at 150 now. It sounded good on the recording.
It still sounds kind of out on this end.
Does it?
Yeah.
Fucking thing. And now the metering stopped.
Because there's like 4 or 5 seconds delay between how it's going through there and me.
Okay, I think the Mode 2's just crashed. Yay.
Nice.
Alright, thanks mate.
Just keep an eye on the chat, because we can help you dial it.
Yeah.
And you can get back to work.
That'd be nice. Alright, see ya.
I gotta get ready to teach you.
Alright man, take it easy, bye.
Yeah,
Liz Edwards, how you going? No woofles here unless something goes really wrong. Alright, so how's that sound now? Is there one clap? Wait, there we go. Have we got one clap? I'll listen to that video. Yeah, it sounds good to me. There's some noise in the background though. I don't know what that's all about. Every time I turn this on, there's something new is wrong. I can hear some buzzing in the background. Can you hear that? Okay, one clap. Lyle's going to France around this time frame. Yeah, I heard that. He's a fancy pants, isn't he? What's wrong with Australia? I can put him to work. He's too good to work on the trash that I get. Sounds like crickets, yeah. There's nothing in the room. Like, it's just another problem. Another new problem that I've got to sort out. Hi, what? Its grill cloth is kind of loose. Doesn't look original either. I've got a... I think this is an 80s one. I'm just gonna listen on my phone for a sec, see what that friggin' noise is. Every time I stream, something new goes wrong. It's actually, it's kind of impressive. I wonder if it's because the video camera doesn't have a card in. Just try that, hang on. Alright, is it stopped? No, it is not. Crazy. Is it the interface? I don't know, man. God. It is. It's the bloody motor that's causing it. Okay, now I've got no signal at all. What the fuck is going on? I can't believe this. Yeah, see ya.
Yeah, I'm just gonna say bye.
That's crazy. See ya. Have fun. You're having more fun than me. Playing with fucking shit technology. Right, so I'll plug the Motu back in, And now it's stopped. I don't know what's going on, but anyway, let's battle on, eh? Because this is getting tedious. Alright, so we got the Moto again. Yep. I don't know, have a listen via YouTube. Testing. Hey, yeah. Alright, it all sounds good. So back to the amps. What's this one coming for? I think it was a general service. Yeah. Now I've got so many jobs to get done. There must be 100 jobs live at the moment, like literally 100 jobs, and they're all going to take about five hours on, or probably an hour to 5 hours each. I don't know. We're supposed to be taking repairs in again for March, but I don't want to. I just want to put it off for another month because it's too much and I can't take it, and it's stressful, and it's just, there's going to be a constant stream of broken stuff coming, and needy people stressing out about not having their equipment, and it's just really hard to deal with. Lack of gain, needs service, crackling, and he wants the amp day spa. Yeah, so it's not too bad, but yeah, it needs a bit of a clean up. Transformers are still solid. Sylvanias are a little bit loose in their sockets. Alright, let's slide this chassis out. Oh, that ply probably needs replacing. See that there? I'll show you in a minute. It's got screws jammed into it, which I'm not sure was there from the factory. Because these operate like a draw runner. Ron Singh, it is 8:46 AM here. Just so you know. This looks like the original jack. It's got a bit of a droopy problem. Just check the wiring. Wow, there's one overbuilt jack. It's got like an eyelet bolted. Yeah, I don't think there's anything wrong with that. It's interesting, never seen one of them before. Yeah, just for your reference, guys, we are currently on Australian Eastern Daylight Time, AEDT. So if you ever want to look up the time, just look up AEDT and it'll tell you the time. Sydney, Melbourne time. Queensland run their own race. So yeah, it's weird because they don't have daylight saving. When you go across the border, even though you're going north south, it's like an hour difference. So one time in the Gold Coast when I was in my 20s, we were partying for New Year's Eve at like right on the border, and then as it hit midnight, we went across the border and celebrated midnight again at another bar. That was pretty cool. Alrighty, slide this bad boy out and have a look at the guts. Then we'll have a listen. Come on. Alrighty then. Just get a cork block to sit on that transformer so it doesn't hit the valves. This one's a bit taller. Hopefully it's heavy enough to sit straight. Might need to put it on the big blocks. That'll be alright. Oh, it's pretty cobwebby. Don't think it's going to do my hay fever much good. Pretty dusty. Yeah, I guess the US would be a mess of time zones too, wouldn't it? I used to get into trouble a bit because one of my colleagues and mates over in Perth, I'd send him a message and it'd be like 3 AM over there. Oh, sorry, man, I didn't mean for you to answer it. I just send it to you while I'm doing nothing. Alright, so it looks all original. There's still blue ink on all the solder joints. Circuit boards. Wow. Still got the typical orthogonal high watt wiring there that all the fanboys love. But like why would you, I don't know, it looks pretty but it's not exactly ideal, is it? I mean, why would you make that one go, and that's a pin 7, oh sorry, pin 3, so that's a cathode, so not the end of the world, but like here you got your grid wire intentionally going across the heaters in line with them when you could have just gone that way. I don't know, I'm not a big fan of the square corners and that. Just seems like a bit of a meh sort of aesthetics over function thing. But anyway, I'm not high watt, so what do I know? Yep, hay fever confirmed. So overall scratchy behaviour, that's likely just dirty pots. Yeah, Lee, at audio frequencies is not really a thing, but in RF stuff, yeah, certainly. Every corner acts like a diffraction point and like a little antenna. But yeah, the main issue with amps is every corner is just a sharp bend and potentially there's a fracture point for the wire. And just repair's difficult too. Like if you've got stranded leads that have a bit of give to them, a bit of flex, you can get in there and you can replace a valve socket without really having any evidence that you've done so. With these it's a bit trickier. Every time you bend it, it's another potential for it to snap. Anyway, let's fire it up, have a quick listen. As I say, we're on the right. Let's stick it over to 16 ohms. That's one of those pull out and reinsert dealies. It's actually just looks like just a valve socket with a center pin. Good luck replacing one of them if you had to. 245 volt. Oh, that's nice. Gives us a bit of margin. Missing nuts. Speaker jacks. Alright. Just looking at the speaker wiring, how it works. Oh, sorry, just check the fuse rating. The mains has been really low here recently. Once measured 257 in country Victoria. Yeah, I often get, I've measured 260 here in the shop. But something's happened. Over the last few days it's dropped right down. The last few weeks I should say. So it's rarely above 240 now. And that's 240.9 at the moment. But it's been 236, 238, so I've been cautious to bias everything a bit on the cool side because I referenced the mains voltage on my job sheets when I referenced the bias point. So you need to have a bit of margin if your mains is particularly low. 3 amp for the mains fuse. Seems excessive. Where's my screwdriver going? I'll put it down and it disappears under the amp. Wide sweeps, yeah, that's right. No more than 360 degrees of total bends. Maximum 100 meter run. T1A, yeah, that'll work. Probably should be 500 milliamp, but that's the HT. Alright, here goes nothing. So, this is a master volume amp. I'll just grab a guitar, and now we've got no delay, but I'll still turn off the Panasonic because it'll just give you lots of room noise. This way you're just hearing the close mic and you'll hear every little squeak and chirp from the thing. Go to the bright channel. Let's deafen ourselves because it's a high watt. Right, so as you can hear there, the input jack's shunt connection is not really working. So the input jacks either need replacement or cleaning up that contact. Cleaning up the contact, in my experience, works temporarily, then goes back to how it was. EU UK mains is standardised at 230 plus minus 10%, so it's plus minus 23 volts. So yeah, about that. Well, it doesn't really explain 260, but so I'd say it's more like 240 plus minus 10%. So here it's officially 230, but it's never 230. It's always 240 or above, or just below. Like at the moment it's 241. It's just gone up by 1.5 volts. It varies. So there's a lot of cockroach shit in this thing that's actually gone mouldy. Something's had a go at eating it twice. A little bit of microphonics. Crackling, which I think is mainly them. Could be a preamp valve. Could be the phone above the bloody thing. So we'll have another play. It seems like the volume does not a lot until it's maxed out, so I think the pots are either really dirty or they've actually had some DC on them and maybe drifted in value a bit. Let's plug back in and deafen ourselves again. Yeah, I can't remember any Townsend riffs off the top of my head. I haven't had time to play guitar at all, so my repertoire's up to shit. I haven't even had time to really sit down and just proper listen to music either. It's been fucked. Alright. Full input volume. Master at midday, noon. No, bring up the master. There's not a lot of gain though, which is one of the complaints. You used to have more gain. Right, so the bright channel just dropped out completely with a bit of a pop. So there's something funny going on there. It could be the valve. It could be plate load. Could be anything. So let's try the easiest thing first. In V1, we'll just pop another valve in there for a sec. Yeah, bloody oath. Love a good strat. Fat strat. It's got cobwebs all over it. It's like something out of the Addams Family. Didn't know it was still Halloween. It's got a tatty there. Let's check the pin alignment. Yep. Barely fits in the shield. Must be a JJ's. Wait for that to warm up. Nothing. So we lost our bright channel. Alright, still got our normal. Now that's died too. Now our dissipation isn't changing because the mains current draw is still the same. So that's both channels maxed out now. That's interesting. Yeah. So both the channels just did what the other one did. Well, the normal channel just did what the bright channel did. Give it some high signal and pop. There's something funny going on here. See you, Lee. Take it easy, Troubian. So I think, like all of these jobs, needs more than just a clean up. Customer says just needs a clean up. No, no. And it's not me just trying to suck money out of them either. It's just it needs more than a clean up. Sorry. So let's try and establish what the hell's going on here. Could be the speaker jack, since it is loosey goosey. Could be the impedance selector. Let's give it a bit of sine wave and deafen ourselves. It's getting warm in here. Just check that see the voltage drop on the plate loads. 114 volts, 130 volts, about what I expected on the cathode 1.8, so the valve's functioning. Oh, why do I keep getting itchy nose when I'm supposed to be working? This paint they put on the connectors is a pain in the ass because you can't measure on the pin. You'll try and break through it, and that's when you slip and destroy something. Either crack there through the speaker, so up to that point it's alright. So we're losing signal after V1. So where after V1? No DC on the pot. That's the one here.
Yep.
Just gotta mute you for a sec, champs. Right, where were we? Sorry about that. I'll catch up on the chat. This thing's been cooking, still sitting at 86 watts. Oh, he's having a good old chat. Jesus. I'll scroll right back. So you're going to rebuild your basement, Scotty. Watching a surf contest at Boomerang Beach the other day. Where's that? Refurb my blackface basement during COVID. Who was the tech you were using there, YBA? Oh, you know, 3. Yeah, who knows? Anyway, back to it. So, what the hell's going on with this thing? Let's look up a schematic, eh? Shouldn't really need one, but... got the scope ready. See where this signal's dying. I think it's, I'm suspecting the valve socket. Helps if you've got channel 2 live. Oh, we've got good signal there. That's the output of V1A. Just change my sync, center my display. I was running dual trace yesterday, so we're coming out. Let's zoom in a bit, eh? Let's zoom in a bit, eh? Yeah, it was a customer of mine from a band called Soldering, and they've got a European tour planned, and his Bogner Shiva just shit the bed, so I'll be checking that out. So we're coming out of V1A on pin 1, that's the anode, comes up to this point here, then it comes down here, that's your plate load, 220k, here's your coupling cap, 1000 pico, and we've got very strong signal there. So that's good. That carries on to the volume pot, and the volume pot's at midway. Let's try not to ground anything out, and we've got no signal. So I think it might be the pot that's failed. We've got signal on the input. We've got no signal on the output of that pot. Regardless of the setting. So, interesting failure. Nothing making it past the pot. Even when you max it out. When you max it out, come on, you bugger. Okay, so when you max it out, the signal goes away on the input to the pot too. So that indicates that pot is grounded. So the wiper of the pot is going to ground. So that means something after that's failed. So the output of that pot goes to the input of the next stage, yeah. It's just a wire on the underside there, and I assume that goes to the grid of the next stage. Let's confirm that. Wake up, meter. Just flick this off for a minute while we test this. We can test this passively. Oh, came back just touching it as it's powering down. That was weird. Signal's back. Just touching the probe on it did it. So I wonder what that's all about. We lost a grid leak. Just blurred the thing again. There we go. Just have a quick look at the schematic to just show you guys, if I can, what's going on. Ding. That's the preamp and power supply. That's no good to me. So our output's gone away again. Let's come back. This is a bit where I go all quiet because I'm just figuring stuff out. Sorry about that. I'm going to put this through the dummy load so I can watch the trace up here, because when we're hitting it with high signal I think that V2 is failing. The grid's shorting to cathode or something weird. So I'll flick that over to 8 ohms. We change that to 16. There we go. So we're going to full power there, 20 volts RMS, no problem now. .20 volts RMS with the master cranked up. Yeah, it's a weird fault. It's basically so in summary, it is summary. It's warm today. So just have a look at this one. I'm not sure this is the exact schematic, but pretty similar. So we had our brilliant and our normal volume, right? I didn't get to examine what was happening here when the fault occurred. We checked the bright volume out before it came back. What was happening is there was signal present on here, but none on the wiper. And when you turn the wiper up, the signal on this end of the wafer died as well, indicating that this is shorted to ground. Possibly the coax has melted through where they soldered it, or on the underside of the board there, shorting out intermittently, because when I touched that wire where it's soldered to the board, because this is a bit of coax that goes over to the valve, V2, when I touched that wire, it came back. So I think what's happening is that sheath where it's soldered is making contact with the signal line in the center of the coax. But that doesn't explain why it happened on this channel as well. That could be unrelated. That could just be a dirty valve socket, because we didn't actually see the signal with the scope here and see it die when we turned it up on this one. We only saw it on the bright input. So I think we need to poke around a bit more and blah blah blah. I'll go back into the speaker so I can hear what's going on. But all the other stuff that we need to do is pretty obvious. Give the thing a good clean, and like, it's at the age now where we probably do want to recap it. But if it's not it's got an HT fuse for starters, and it's not a well, I don't know if it's a mission critical amp. If it's an amp that they can't afford to have go down because they've got paying gigs or whatever, and it's his main amp, then that's when I'd suggest we do some like preventative maintenance. These are 220 microfarad 350 volt can caps. That one's got a slight bulge on it. The blue ones are, well, they're all LCR. Blue one's got a slight bulge as well. They seem to be functioning still. Let's just check the ripple. So this is the main reservoir cap here. .503 volts unloaded. 482 volts loaded. Oh, I'll zoom out a bit, sorry. .4 volts ripple, which is fuck all. So that's two in series with balance resistors across them, so 110 microfarad in total. Yeah, very low ripple. It's actually surprising how long these LCRs last in these and like Marshall amps. It's pretty incredible. They just keep kicking. So that's a funny arrangement. You've got one cap there in series with a dual section here. Is that shown on the schematic? Yes, it is. Can't get it to play up now. It's good fun, isn't it? Let's give it some guitar again because it seemed to not like my playing. Dunno, mate, there's something in there intermittent. I think it might be the rivet connection to the pot, where the actual lead exits the wafer, because that's where I touched then and it came back, but it's not reliably recreatable, so I'm gonna have to poke around for a while on that one. It's one of those ones that's gonna be a bit of a time suck, I think. Being that it's a board, you have to take the pots off and see if we can flex that up and investigate the bottom of the thing, but we've sort of got to allow some time for that and give a rough idea to the customer what it's going to cost beforehand, and have it take 6 times longer as usual. Anyway, I'll have a closer look at that off stream. It's just going to be a lot of boring me looking at shit. The output stage and everything's functioning fine. The phase inverter, all that. Power supply is fine. So it's just a matter of figuring out what the hell's going on in the front end there. What's going on in your front end? Vacuum that up later. Oh God, I'm not lifting that up. Yes, I am. Got a twin, mate. 20 McTwin face. This one's not in bad nick. Tilex could leave a bit to be desired, but wheels are buggered. A new set of pop-in casters. So this one, I think the story is it got black-faced by someone, and you know, modding it to be like a 60s, and there's some issues since. The top looks dented in, like it's been hit on the knobs, like been placed face down. So there's a bit of a curve to the top edge of that panel. Let's rotate it over. Whoa. Alright, so she's in pretty good nick, this one. The chassis looks really nice. Speakers are in good nick. Tack soldered speaker cables again, but what can you do? Mismatched speakers. Got a fender here. Whatever manufacturer that was. And a non-branded one. code 005379 12T6-16, so I guess that's 16 ohm. And it's paralleled with that for a total load of 8. I guess. I don't know. Let's measure it, eh? Now I'm measuring DC resistance, so it's not going to be bang on, but it gives you an indication of what it is. 6.1, so that'd be 8 ohms total. So 8 ohm internal speaker, and if you plug in an external speaker, that would be 8 ohms as well. Then you got a total load of 4 ohms, as it says there. So let's whack the back cover off. That's hard to say. Yeah, we've still got, I guess you could say socialised Medicare over here, which is great. I put a knife through my foot in 2020, Christmas Day, and cut all the tendons. Had to go get microsurgery to get them all reattached. And I was in a cast for 3 months. And I was in hospital, surgery on Boxing Day, and recovery after that, and released the day after, I think. So the day after Boxing Day. Went back for physio visits. The guy who just dropped off the Shiva is actually the guy who did the cast on my leg, because he works at the hospital. Well, hey, there you go, man. It's like, because I wasn't in pain at all. They kept asking me what the pain level was, and I said 0. I can't even feel it. I did not pay a cent for the surgery, for the physio visits, the recovery, the therapy to do the exercises and all of that, and the training for like how to do the exercises. Didn't pay a cent for any of it. That's living in Australia. You get sick, often you don't pay fucking anything, and you get fixed. We don't pay nurses enough, no. I don't think anyone pays nurses enough. One of our friends is a paramedic. She's living with us at the moment. Yeah, and I'm not having her pay rent, because she's paying more than enough with her service to society. She doesn't have to pay rent. That's my little giving back to society thing. Missing a shield there on the Reverb driver, but it is the right valve, so that's a plus. Oh, that's an interesting label on that one. Never seen that kind of detail before. Made in China. Fender. High Mu. Twin triode. 12AT7, part number 023531. Made in China. FMC. Another stamp there, 12AT7, so I guess that's what came from the Chinese factory maybe, and then Fender put their own label on it. So yeah, pretty cool. A little bit of schmoo in that socket. Looks like wax. There's wax on this valve too. I'd probably take them out and give them all a clean. Yeah, there's melted wax to fix their wings. Melted wax all over the pins of the sockets, like it's run down from the board into the socket. Never really seen that before. Wax running down onto the valves. That's weird. Not on that one. That one's pretty clean. Yeah, when I got my appendix out, the same deal. Didn't have to pay a cent. They just let you go. Alright, am I good to go? Yep, good to go, mate. Alright, thanks. See ya. That's all you got to do in Australia. Makes me wonder why you guys aren't up in arms about that shit. You're too busy fighting each other to realise you're getting a shit deal. God forbid someone gets something for free in America. Alright, let's put this bad boy on its side and get this chassis out. I might do that over on the other bench so I can just bring the chassis back. I'll leave the cab over there. Yeah, Canada's got it too, mate. So you're better off. You're better off getting sick in Canada. Just don't say the C word. That's a Rodney Rude joke. So while I'm taking this cab out, I'll just give you a quick video to watch. Alright, so you can just watch this one while I'm taking the cab out quickly. Yeah, let's not get into politics. But to me, medication isn't medical care isn't politics. It shouldn't be anyway. That's the problem. It shouldn't be politics. You need to live. Oh. Alrighty then, another partial recap. Ooh, I just spotted something funny. I'll show you in a second. I think you'll enjoy it. Alright, so we've had a partial recap. We've got a couple of... Why would you just change the ones that fail when they're all going to fail? Oh, God. Right, so, well, alright, let's show you the whole picture first. And then I'll show you the funny thing. So... we have a cap. We've got a separated cathode here, so they've split the cathode for V1. I'm assuming normally that would have been paralleled. We've got one here, they've replaced the cap. They've got another cap here with melted insulation. We've run a wire to that ground point. You got orange drops. Now that makes me suspicious because these blue caps almost never fail. I don't think I've ever seen one of those blue caps fail. They just keep going. Someone on the online has started this myth that these blue caps all fail, but they just don't. I don't think I've ever replaced one. They're really good quality. The ones that fail, well, there's the Astrons, of course. I think it was the brown chiclet looking ones. But having said that, I don't think I've changed them either. So you've got the original bypass cap for V2B. You've got a new one for V2A. You've got the original carbon comps for V1 and V1A and V2A. Someone's replaced the cathode resistor with a metal film on V2B. You got 3 orange drops here. You got a silver mica, which I don't think that's not original. That's the EQ, the tone stack. You've got tacked on solder joints. Yeah, the brown one, Scotty. Yeah, that's the one. How you going, Steve Moore? Vintage amp. Yeah, this is about the 6 amp, isn't it? Something like that. We're probably going to do about 10 amps today. Well, I'm just assessing them for quotes. Not taking notes. I'll just go back and watch the videos later. Why not? Yeah, board leakage. So the funny part that I was talking about, see this down here? See that purple thing? That, my friends, is a plastic rule. Someone's jammed. I don't know how. They must have undone something to get to it. They've jammed a plastic ruler under there. And it's stuck. What the fuck, yo? Can't get it out. There it is. Look at that. How's that for ingenious? Fucking genius. Now, how the hell, why is it there for starters, and how the hell did they get it in? I can't believe that. It's funny as shit. So they somehow got that in there. I don't know if they were worried that it was spiking through the press board. It wouldn't have spiked through the press board. That shit's hard as hell. But yeah, I don't know why the fuck that's in there. So anyway, we've got some series resistors, yeah, for measuring bias. Yeah, good one, Mark. I'll pay that. So you've got some, all that stuff up there that I just showed you. You've got some series resistors here. I guess they didn't have the right value for, maybe that was a trem speed mod, not sure. You've got stuff shorting out on other stuff. So right here, you've got stripped back a little bit and showing some of the sheath, and that's touching that resistor lead down there, so that would be shorting that out to ground. And you got to replace another orange drop there. Orange drops are sort of a bit of a red flag to me. Means that old mate's probably a bit of a forum dweller. You've got the 1 megs on the phase inverter, the grid leaks replaced with carbon film. You've got the bias feed for the output. This is a common source of problems here. You got the bias feed resistors, the 220Ks there, that take the bias from that white. Let's zoom out. That white wire there from the bias pot. So there's the bias pot. Bing, there. Looks like they've recapped that. Not the sturdiest arrangement, but yeah, we'll work our way over. But yeah, this white wire here goes to the bias feed resistors. Those two there, they go off to the output stage. And here is the plate load for the plate loads for the PI. So that's high voltage right there, and that's negative voltage right there, and this is the most common leakage path right here. So this high tension here leaks through and drags the bias voltage less negative, so closer to 0 volts, and the output stage runs away. So that generally I'd advise you either lift that or that, and just to get that, I'd probably lift that one just to get the high voltage completely off the board in that area. So anyway, working our way over, you've got the replace bias caps, and again you've got all the ground connections on the transformer hardware, which is a big shit idea. I wish Fender never did that, because it's not reliable as a ground, as you saw earlier in the video on that other one that was completely loosey-goosey. I'm seeing a tiny bit of movement there as well as I shift the transformer. All Fenders have them. What do they have? DC is more prone to arcing than AC, so a 125 volt AC switch isn't going to be reliable at 450 to 500 volts DC, and yet we persist. Yeah, most switches are rated at like 125 volts AC, and then they're rated at like 50 volts DC or 48 volts DC or something, because you can't break an arc with DC because it keeps wanting to go. With AC, it naturally breaks itself 50 times a second when it passes through 0. So the arc extinguishes itself within a 50th of a second. Well, that's a full cycle, so within a 100th of a second. It passes twice. Brad, you were playing mumbly peg with your knife and your foot. Was drinking involved? No, it was not, Gooden. You're not going to see this till later in the stream, because I can tell you watching several minutes ago, but I was cutting up. So it was Christmas Day. We'd had lunch. I was on to my second beer. Just cracked it. And everyone was getting sleepy after lunch, like you do, because it's Australia, it's a hot day. Everyone's just had a hot meal as well on a hot day, so everyone's a bit dozy after lunch. And I was bored because I don't sleep during the day. So I had a chili garden out the back, and I started chopping up chilies to make pickled chilies in a jar for Mexican cooking. And I was cutting up a bunch of chilies, had my big chef's knife, and picked up tea towel, and I think I cleaned something. I went to pick it up to clean something else, and the tip of the tea towel grabbed the tip of the knife. The end of the tea towel grabbed the tip of the knife and dragged it on off the edge of the bench. And I was just wearing no shoes, I think. Or no, I was wearing thongs. And the knife just flipped and went straight down through my foot, and I didn't really even realise what happened until I looked down, and there was already a big pool of blood about a foot wide. And I was more concerned about that I hit a major artery. I wasn't even thinking about the tendons, but then I realised soon after that I couldn't move any of my toes, and it felt really weird, and I thought, no, I've got to splint this, because I'm picturing the tendons under tension disappearing back up my leg. And they said, yes, it's good that you thought in the moment like that, because a lot of people try and wiggle their toes to see if they're still okay, and that just makes your tendons disappear up your leg, and then they've got to open up all the way up your shin to get those tendons back down in order to reattach them. So luckily it didn't get that bad with me. It was just immobilised immediately, because I'd done first aid and all of that kind of stuff. I just noticed some other horrible shit. Ooh, that's a bad one. And then they managed to reattach it without having to open my shin up, so that was lucky. So where were we? So I replaced standby switches then. No, I don't. It's one of those things. There's not a hell of a lot of current involved, so it's not the end of the world. They do fail, not as often as you'd think. Just goes to show that they've used them in amps for this long. Yes, they occasionally fail, but generally you sort of get away with it. It's sort of an accepted break of the rules using a 125 volt AC switch for 450, 500 volts DC. Alright, so just looking at the power switch here. This is a dual pole, dual throw switch. You got your active and your neutral there, so essentially the full mains potential, and it's melted through the insulation. Oh fuck, I'm way out of screen. It's melted through the insulation. It looks like it's arced at some point there. So that was melted from the soldering iron when they first soldered it. This is really heavy. Let me just, oh god, focus you. Alright, I'll center it. There we go. Yeah, it looks like there's been arcing here. So I'll shorten that, clean it up, and not melt it this time when it gets soldered. Alright, so the neutral is fused. That's no good. And I think this cord's been replaced. So the neutral, which is the blue, comes in here, goes to the fuse tip, that comes out to the switch. The active goes straight to the switch and straight to the transformer. So I'll be changing that around. Be redoing the grounds, or I won't be doing the job. So I can't warranty something if they don't let me do what's required to make it reliable. And doing a complete, or finishing off the recap. Now I don't know how long ago this was done. Phillips caps, they look pretty old school to me. 042, don't know if that's a date code. I'd like to replace them, being in the bias supply at least. Yeah, it's got original grid stoppers and screen grid resistors. We'll check the resistance of them for drift. Well, a little bit out of tolerance, what would you say? 976 ohms instead of 470. 1.2k instead of 470. And almost a k. Oh, come on. 1.3k. A little bit out of tolerance. Like 130%. What about the grid stoppers? 1.5. They're generally under less dissipation, so they don't drift as far unless something goes wrong with the valve, in which case they often blow open. Another dickhead on a Harley. I fucking hate Harleys, eh? 1.5k. So yeah, quite a bit of drift on screen grids. Let's check the rest of the setup. Let's check the plate loads. So they've replaced two there with 220k, so after a bit more gain, I guess. They're still within tolerance. They're carbon film replacements. It's within tolerance. Within tolerance. Generally, if they're pretty close, I won't bother changing them unless they're noisy. Yeah, so they're all good. So I don't know if the ones that have been changed for voicing reasons or for because their previous ones had drifted. Oh, well, I think I know what we've got to do in here. We've got to take that ruler out and figure out what the fuck that's all about. But yeah, bit of a weird setup. We'll be changing the screen grids for sure. Redoing that switch, redoing the mains wiring, redoing the grounds, checking the cathode grounds because those solder connections look really crusty to the chassis. So we'll probably freshen them up. Again, maybe clean up the wiring a little bit, at least get rid of the melted stuff from the previous techs, get rid of the potential for these to short to other stuff. To finish the recap, the Harry half a job did. Get rid of all the old electrodes. I'd like to replace these too, so I'll probably detail that in the quote as well, just to be safe. I don't want to fuck around with the bias supply. I want it to be solid. At the moment, probably could fire it up to just take some measurements. It's not going to mean a hell of a lot though, with things like the screen grid resistors being massively out, because if they're measuring that high with no voltage on them at all, they're going to be doing weird shit. Let's have a look under the doghouse. Oh, he's come back. He's doing tough laps because he's got nothing to do and no mates. Like most Harley riders. Joking. So the top of the chassis looks really clean, like stupid clean. So it's a good contender for making really nice. Hopefully they go ahead. Screwdriver would be great. Oh, there it is. Live downtown and we have bikes light up their pipes in alleys in the main drag. Light up their pipes? What do you mean? Like smoking? Or they have flames coming out their exhaust? Never understood the showiness of bikes. Like, I want to be as loud as possible, draw as much attention as possible, and then do illegal shit. It's like, are you fucking retarded? I shouldn't say retarded. Are you an idiot? Oh, it's got the original caps. So we've had a Harry half a job here as well. So we've got the original caps from 74. Yeah, 37th week, 74. Starting to bulge a bit, but no full-on cauliflower coming out of them. Rev their engines. Yeah, why do they do that? I like the idea of a really quiet bike, quiet and fast, so no one even notices where you are. You just see you later, and you can fucking get away with anything because no one knows you're even there. So they've got two Gemicons in here, radials. They've wired them up with a bit of mains flex, a bit of mains cord by the looks of it. And then you've got the three original Mallories as well. We've got some 5 watts, that's a bit of an overkill. 5 watts droppers on here. We've got the original balance resistors. And, you know, it's not the worst job. It's just tack soldered like that. That one's holding on by a strand. So yeah, I want to redo all of this. Otherwise, it's going to be a bit of a case of why'd you bring it here. Alright, I think I know what needs doing there. I'll take some notes. You can see one of these caps must have blown its guts because there's residue on the inside of the can again. So like if one's blown up, wouldn't you think, well, that one's probably going to go soon too, but nah. The noisy board probably crackled when it was fixed, or when it was flexed, or from the speaker vibration at that end. So someone wedged their ruler underneath. Yeah, probably. Bikers on you're gonna have to help me pronounce that one, champ. Sorry, Victor. Rev their engines going through the tunnels. The tunnels are haunted. Okay, was that 2 stories at once or what? So I wouldn't mind doing a full recap for this because you've got some no-name caps there, and you got some that look pretty old and some that aren't very well installed. So unfortunately, some techs charge top dollar for that kind of work. and I think that's pretty pathetic myself. So I think I'll give them a quote for a Brad's Guitar Garage solution. It's not a Casanova solution, but it's close. Love Parko, he's a legend. Parko? I think that's how you pronounce it. Alright, so just your average hacking, and we can fix that. That's good. What next? Let's have a look at the Shiva, the Destroyer of Worlds. Made by that madman Reinhold Bogner. Might straighten up this faceplate too, because it's in reasonably good nick. Would be good. You can see all the dents there. From, again, the only way that could have got like that is from the previous tech. Possibly. Things jamming into it. Don't know. I don't know how you managed to do that. Does it break 60 times a second though, Gooden? It breaks 120 times a second, mate, because it goes once, twice, full cycle. Yeah? So did you just watch that video I sent you? Oh, okay. So there's some story there about the haunting of the tunnels. Oh, hang on. I once had a silver face amp where one end of the original Mallory electro had exploded. A guy had tried to repair it by driving a screw into the end and soldering the lead back on. He drove a screw into the cap. Oh, that just goes to show there's a fundamental lack of understanding of what a capacitor even is. Oh god. The shit you see is just, it really tests your faith in humanity if you spend long enough. That's why you start to sound like a bitter old bastard when you're in this trade. Oh, fuck. Jesus, this is heavier than the fucking twin. My god, man. He's got a road case. Because he does tour. So, yeah, it could move, but fuck me, it's heavy. I thought I saw him struggle a bit when he walked in. Jamming a screwdriver in there because the amp's got stuck into the head shell. Yeah, probably, actually. Good point, Scotty. Oh, she's in minty condition. I remember this one now. I looked at this before I moved to the shop. I replaced the suppression cap. Back in the good old days, back in the old shop where it was more relaxed. Didn't have to make $1 million to keep the lights on. Yeah, so... yeah, he mentioned he played with this thing and afterwards smelled like smoke as he turned it off. Now the previous failure, oh yeah, you can smell it. It's got a sweet smell to it, which makes me think it might be the transformer, which is not good because he did admit that he was playing into the wrong impedance without being aware of it at that particular day. So that sweet smell, that's just, oh, makes me a bit dizzy. The sweet smell makes me think it's the potting from the output transformer because it's in that area. Previously I replaced the suppression cap which had burned. It was one of the reefer caps, Reefer Madness. And oh, it's got some ramen packs in there too. Nice. But I replaced it with a Panasonic because I looked up the job sheet. And they're known to be pretty good, so I don't think we need to go over the function of the amplifier. I can do that in a later video. I just hope it's not his transformer because he hasn't had the best time recently. I don't want to be hitting him for a new transformer. But yeah, there's smells all over it. You can smell it just wafting. So I think whatever it is shouldn't be too hard to find. So the last person that was in this was me. So if there's anything shit, I'll have 4 year ago me to blame. Three or 4 year ago me. Yeah, he's got a little ramen symbol. That's cool, YBA. Man, that's a really detailed emoji. I'm impressed. It's like photo quality. So last time I've replaced the power switch. I think I've actually got a video on that a while back. Power switch playing up. Just had really high resistance. So maybe this is a complete, well, it'd be a completely different fault by the smell of it. Yeah, the previous time the suppression cap just smoked, like burst into flames. So I had to clean up all that crap and put a new Panasonic in it. Because those reefer caps, the plastic casings crack, it's a well-known issue. And then it lets moisture in and then it goes bang. And because it's across the mains, there's really nothing holding it back as long as it's plugged in. I think it's even pre-power switch. As long as it's plugged in, it just keeps flaming up. That reverb's already been disconnected. I wonder if he took it out to have a look himself. He didn't say he did, but you never know. Oh, it's still a heavy bastard, eh? Birch ply. Alright, the cabinet's going to want to fall down because there's a gap. So I'll be cognizant of that as I undo it. It took me a year to find emojis on the iPad. Well, you know, we're getting to that age where we don't like technology anymore. I've got a mate that rings me every other day, and I'm just like, dude, I don't like talking on the phone, eh? Like, when I'm not working, I kind of want to turn the phone off because I don't want to talk to anyone. I want to be a little workshop hermit. Alright, this is a bit where I sprained my wrist. Drop the screw, of course. Yeah, it smells really strong. Alright, what went wrong? A bit worrying so far because there's such a strong smell of it, but I can't see anything, so I'm thinking shit, it might be the power, it might be the output transformer. It's not good. I don't answer the phone after 8. I don't answer it after 5. Scotty. Ain't nobody got time for that. Oh man, it smells so strong, but there's no real visual cues. Oh yeah. No, there it is. So what did I change? So that's a Weemer instead of Panasonic. So maybe I changed something else. I have to look up the job sheet now, but it's so long ago it's not in my system. So that is good. That is good for the customer, because although it stinks, it's going to be kind of hard to get that smell out without, you know, washing the whole thing. Because he said it was functioning fine, and that's an indication of what I'm about to show you. So just removing the power switch, which is a funky two-way thing. I've got to remove this stupid power supply to get to it. Alright, so he's got some holes in the chassis there. Let's just check that there's no residual voltage. This has got bleeder caps on it, so there shouldn't be. Oh, I'm going to sneeze again. Where's a good ground point? Ground. Certainly is. So, check for voltages. There's nothing. One moment. Sorry, you don't want to hear that. What are we talking about? Sometimes 11 to 8. Sorry, Antigua green rotary dial bell with a landline. Cool. Sometimes 11 to 8. Depends how late I get up. I want a Charlie's Angel speaker box next. What? I'll take a Charlie's Angel. What are you on about? So this has got an annoying little switch mode power supply board down here. I think it's for the heaters, from memory. They kind of suck to replace because they're like 5 amp at 12 volt. So, the old Weemer cap blowing its tits out. So yeah, the cap, that stinks, man. That cap is sort of smoked, caught fire, because like I was saying, they fractured the plastic and then the moisture gets in and it becomes a resistor, not a cap. Let's just cut it off while the soldering iron heats up. Yeah, so all that smoke residue, everything just came from that one cap, and it stinks. It's all bulgy. So you can see the crack in the end there. That probably cracked first, let some moisture in, and then
started leaking and set fire to itself. So we'll clean up that area, put a new cap in, one that doesn't have that strange clear resin that always seems to fail. Yummy. No, the switch doesn't get warm, it just cracks because they always crack. Oh, got a customer watching the stream about his amp. HK warp always made loud humming from the head, but I was getting a lot of noise coming through the cabs with both the warp and the Statesman. Yeah, it may have something to do with the power and the dimmable downlights. Yeah. I'll call you later, John, if you're still watching. Or maybe Monday, mate. Not really supposed to be working today, but I will anyway. Okay, this has got Teflon wire, which is handy. Come on, Pace, you can do it. It's just burnt plastic, mate. Don't worry too much about it. It's not an electrolytic with all weird chemicals and shit in it, it's just foil and plastic. It's just like burning a Coke bottle. I think it's time for a new soldering tip because they cavitate, they form inside the tip. They form like a cavity right inside the tip and it catches leads. It doesn't really suck well, so just about time for a new tip. Although the price of all the paste stuff just pretty much doubled, like fucking 100% increase. So yeah, I've got customers that complain because I didn't charge the same as when they got the job done 5 years ago. But then all my costs have doubled, so, you know, do you want me to exist or not? Ugh, yeah, that's a bit of that resin stuff. I think I'll turn the BOFA on for this. That's lead-free solder. I'll put some leaded stuff on, make it flow a bit better. Haven't set off the smoke alarm here yet, that's good. Famous last words. Yeah, I think it's time for a new tip. Yeah, I don't... So to me, 60 Hz would be more efficient, wouldn't it? So all your transformers can be smaller. Less iron, less copper. $240 volts at 60 hertz. Oh fuck it, let's standardise at 400 hertz. Wouldn't that be annoying? Your mains hum being at 400 hertz like the industrial stuff. Isn't that standard for aircraft too, 400 hertz? Gav can fill me in on that. There, Gav. Been missing messages. Ah, yeah. Got to turn on live chat there, champion. John, if you're still there, everything else is good to go. It's just those two heads. I thought you'd want to pick it all up at once, so I haven't invoiced you for anything yet. Yeah, YouTube's a hoax. Lewis Rossman just did a really good video on human trafficking and the fact that Google in general, but in particular YouTube, seems perfectly okay with it, promoting human trafficking in the form of mail order bride services, but then they have a blanket ban on repair companies because it's like for your own safety or some shit. But yeah, you can human traffic all you want, but you can't repair a fucking MacBook. Check out his video, it's pretty intense. And it's really aggravating the fact that so many scams are just promoted by Google. Like, they know they're scams, they just get money for them. And you flag it, and then they say nothing's wrong, and then they turn it around on you like, why are you flagging it? Oh, you're vexatiously flagging stuff when it hasn't broken the rules, and it's because your rules are shit, and these scammers have danced around your rules, so they still technically obeying the rules of advertising on your platform, but they're a scam, and they give you malware, and they give you even worse shit games like Hero Wars. You've all seen it. Suppression cap. Alrighty then. G'day Edward, how you going, champ? Ex-famous person's ultimate untimely demise. Yeah, I'm so fucking sick of that. Oh, like there's a guy here that they've just arbitrarily chosen to just hammer bullshit about, like just lies. And his name is David Koch. And every day I see some supposed, earth-shattering thing. It's like nothing's happened. It's just lies, and it's just to get you to click there, and then it gives you computer a virus. And they're complicit in these scams. So why aren't they getting their arse dragged over the coals? I don't understand. So I'll give you a link to that Lewis Rossman video. watch that after this or during this if you get sick of me talking shit. Go listen to Lewis talk shit instead. Lewis was one of the main reasons I started doing videos, and he's one of the main reasons I opened the shop. He's a legend. Doesn't mean I agree with everything he says, you don't have to. Google okays human trafficking, bans independent repair. Come on YouTube, sort shit out. Share. Copy link.
That's fine, but to come out and say there's too much.
There he is. It auto played. There we go. Go and watch that. Lewis recently moved to Texas because he was sick of the incompetence of New York City officials and trying to run a business when they go out of their way to make it as difficult as possible for some reason. Don't know why. Don't know what the end game is there. We get it a bit over here too. So the next thing is, how do we get rid of this smell? An ionizer would be great. Yeah, Japan is, it is half 60 hertz, half 50 hertz. And I don't think it's like one island or the other, one end or the other. I think it's like left and right, east and west. It's something weird, eh? It's like, why wouldn't you standardise at one thing? There's got to be a reason. Yeah, New York City corrupt? Nah, really? But anyway, I'll leave that up to Lewis to rant about. I'm not interested because it's not my country. I'm just talking shit because I don't know it. I don't live there. Alrighty then, we've got a new X-Class cap installed. Stick that back in its hole. Don't you want to go back to your hole? Detroit and Windsor are formal Capone owned. Awesome. We've got our own cartels over here. The problem is most of them are in government. If you want to know about our cartels, go and watch a channel called Friendly Geordies, which you may have heard of. Where is he? There he is. Copy before his video intro starts. This is the state of our affairs in Australia. Someone tried to firebomb his house the other day. He's got so many enemies because he actually does investigative journalism instead of our investigative journalists who don't do fuck all. So yeah, someone tried to firebomb him. Who knows? Could be the government, could be one of the mobsters he's outed over the last 5 years or whatever. No one seems to really be doing anything about it, so it's not politics, Scott. I'm sharing channels, mate. Just, it's fine. People are just fucking stupid, yeah. Yeah. Alright, so I think that's all that was wrong with this thing. That's good for the customer. He said it was functioning fine. I'll probably check bias and everything anyway, just to be sure. I've lost my socket. There it is. So this is a pretty trippy switch. It's dual pole, dual throw, but it's off on, not off on off. So yeah, it's not your average switch. that goes off, standby, play. You'll see a lot of amps where there'll be dual pole dual throw, and there'll be like centers off, top is on, like play, and bottom standby. That's pretty easy to do with a standard switch, but because you've got the printing on the front panel, you can't just use a standard switch, otherwise it'd throw everyone off. So it's off, and then it's in standby, then it's in play. But yeah, you can get those switches. They're just a bit harder to get your hands on, a bit more expensive. I think it was about $45 or something like that. Yeah, leave it to Bogner to use weird shit. Yeah. But anyway, at the end of the day, it's pretty solid amp. I know it's got its few design things. I think Lyle pointed out in his video on the Shiva. I think some of that was revision specific too, although there was the issue with this power board down here. But I think since then Lyle has, or someone has found like a Meanwell equivalent, like it's something off the shelf that you can use there without it being noisy. So that's good. This one's still okay, touch wood. Here we go. So now we are talking politics. Yeah, anyway, moving on. So, what's your favourite burrito? Chicken or beef? So this board, because the current delivery is so heavy, you can't just replace it with a transformer because you need a massive transformer. Oh, the exhaust is still on and it's pointing at the camera. There you go, look. How's that sound? Thanks, Mark. How's your amp going, Mark? The bass amp. All good? Still smells like smoke though. The whole thing sort of smells like smoke. I'm just giving it a visual inspection. I'm not just going quiet on you. I'm just looking at everything before we power it up. Oh, that's cute. They've got a standoff there. Of course, I find everything, but because I'm a nitpicking arsehole. But here's something funny. See there, they've got a screw hole, and there's a standoff underneath, and it's misaligned by about 2 mils, so they just said, "Oh fuck it, don't bother putting a screw in." That's funny, because it's actually riveted into the chassis on the other side. German engineering. Oh, it's made in USA, so this must be one of the boutique amp distributors built ones. Bad. That's the acronym, not the quality. Alright, well I think we're good here. Good here. Stick her up on blocks. Just get the little cork block underneath. So years ago, when I was working in architectural joinery. We'd get a bit of for offices and stuff for the wanky office fit outs. That they love cork and natural materials and stuff, so get a bit of what looks like 6mm MDF, 1/4 inch, and you'd contact glue the cork to it for their notice boards and stuff. So that was an offcut. You'd lay it up oversized and then you'd trim it down, and what us boys would do is we'd intentionally lay it up 100mm over, and then we'd cut a slice off and make up some sanding blocks for ourselves and just run them on the panel saw. So that was one of them I did probably 12 years ago or something. Now it's just a block that I put under transformers to level them up without scratching the bell housing of the transformer. No, she wants to tip. I'll put the big blocks under it. Yeah, it's a pretty well laid out board. They're one of the better brands. If it wasn't for that power supply annoyance, that's going to want to fall off. Alright, I'll put it on one block. Need a couple of packers or something. Bear with me. Near enough. That's better. That song in my head again. That was last week. Alrighty, so we'll let's check what impedance we're on. We're on 8 ohms. That impedance switch is a bit reamed out. Oh, what do you want to do after this? Let's plan the next one. Do we want to do some actual work instead of some quotes? Stick her on 16 ohm for the test cab. It's almost lunchtime, not quite. It is time for a cup of tea though. Alright, I'm going to make a cup of tea. Do you want to listen to the radio again?
With World Pride and Mardi Gras.
There you go, World Pride.
Teams are wearing rainbow armbands, jerseys and corner flags. The league has also worked with clubs on education programs that promote diversity and inclusion. Townsend says it's making a difference.
If we were going to do this properly, we really wanted to put the time and effort into educating our players and staff and stakeholders on the importance of inclusiveness. And yeah, we're really excited about what this weekend is in Sydney and equally what happens in New Zealand next weekend.
The weather for New South Wales, possible showers about the far northeast and southwest, but fine elsewhere. Sydney, fine and sunny. A top of 27 on the coast, 29 in the west. Right now 24 degrees on the coast and 24 in Penrith. Humidity 56%. Tomorrow mostly sunny with a top of 30. Monday partly cloudy, 28. Partly cloudy and a top of 29 on Tuesday. ABC News.
Welcome to Weekend on ABC Radio. Dom Knight with you across New South Wales on ABC Radio. This Mardi Gras Parade Day as Sydney World Pride takes over the City of Sydney. We are featuring the parade and we're featuring your Mardi Gras party anthems. What's yours? Whether it's something you love hearing at the moment this year or something that takes you back to the first time you attended Mardi Gras or even March. What is it for you? 1300 222 702 or 0467 922 702. If you want to text in, 0467 922 702. And I can tell you already the forecast for this hour of music is that it's raining men. That's been texted in a couple of times already. Before we get into anthems and are joined by the ABC's Jeremy Fernandez, who's working on the show tonight, I just wanted to let you know, though, about a watch and act fire warning. It's for the Grand Parade in Sutherland. Now, Fire and Rescue New South Wales are attending. It is being controlled as we speak. But currently it is at watch and act level, which means if you're nearby the Grand Parade in Sutherland, you need to keep across it to start thinking about your bushfire survival plan if needed. So that's the Grand Parade in Sutherland.
All right, kettle's boiling. Demonetised for politics radio. Gyros, yeah, that's what Michelle was talking about getting today. There's a new Greek place not far away, so we're going to try that out for lunch, I think. Oh, it still stinks. I miss food, period. Southern Idaho hasn't got any good food. They've got potatoes and a fuck ton of them. If it ain't one end doing the exhausting, it's the other. Yeah. Weirdos here put salsa on flipping gyros. Yeah, that is weird. You're supposed to have Greek yogurt, garlic sauce. What else is in gyro? Yeah, pretty much anything just wrapped up. Generally, it's lamb, cooked. Obviously, it's like slices of lamb, thinly sliced. Yeah, best cure for an earworm is Obladar. It just like overdrives all other songs in your head. G'day, Christopher Sulos, Soul Man, how you going? Garlic, always garlic and chili. I had so much garlic last night. I encrusted some salmon fillets with black pepper, cracked pepper, pan fried that, and then got broccolini and put a shit ton of garlic on it, pan fried that as well. It was fantastic. What's the big wrap of white wire up in the top corner? So that's the international windings for the mains, unused because we're on 240 volts. No potato famine in Australia. Nope. No, there's been a potato shortage. Where was that? I didn't really follow it. There's been no problem here getting potatoes. That's the one thing Australia's got going for it. We could, if the world was to isolate for some reason, we could grow more than enough for ourselves and probably half of Asia. But we've got quite the farmland. That's probably why. No, that's politics. Back on the radio while I make my cuppa. The kettle's boiled.
They've really stepped up and acknowledged that, the way they've managed things internally, because work is a safe space for a lot of people, where people
safe space.
Feel free to come out in a workplace where they might not feel the same comfort with their families. So a workplace culture is actually really important in building that sort of tolerance and safe space for people to come to terms with their own identity, their own sexuality, and then, kind of gradually step out into the world in their own skin.
It makes sense, and it's been interesting just here at the ABC watching all that's happened with ABC prior. When I first started here, I think the first show with the Chase was in 2001, and a lot's happened since then. So much more conversation about the importance of the workplace and having peers and having mentoring and support. And that's also gone into program making. So the ABC being the host broadcaster of Mardi Gras for a few years, but then also World Pride, I guess that also sends a message to people in the organisation that this is something that really matters to the organisation.
That's right. And what's really critical in our role as the ABC is to sort of connect this Sydney event to the rest of Australia and the rest of the world as well, because, I kind of often think about, there might be a kid in regional Australia who's watching this show and seeing themselves represented on screen and knowing that their people are sort of proud to be who they are in the community, and I think it's so important to sort of connect people from other parts of Australia into what's happening in Sydney right now. It's very, very symbolic.
As we broadcast across New South Wales now, if you've got a Mardi Gras anthem, whether you're attending or not, 1300 222 702, or you can text 0467 922 702. We'll get Jeremy Fernandez's on the air shortly. But yeah, earlier in the show, this just reminds me, I had a chat to the amazing Carly Heiss from a group called Yas Youth on the Central Coast, and she's a youth worker. She gets Queen, exactly. She helps young people who are, I guess, dealing with all this coming out and finding a new community that shares their journey in that way and shares experiences. And that sort of thing wouldn't have been there 20, 30 years ago when people needed it. I've interviewed so many people who said, I came to Sydney, I went to Mardi Gras, I found my tribe there, but that shouldn't really, as wonderful as that is, that shouldn't be necessary in every community.
It shouldn't be necessary, but, look, I mean, tolerance is a journey for a lot of people. Yeah. Tolerance and acceptance, including ourselves, our families, our friends, and people come to it in their own time. And in the meantime, particularly for young people, I think, who are coming out and figuring things out, because it can take a while to figure out your identity, who you are. So it's great that these groups exist.
Yeah, and it's nice that we can feature them too, so make sure you look out for the Coastal Twist floats. Apparently there's going to be aliens up there. They wanted to go even bigger than they wanted to go.
School of Dentistry. What? What are we talking about? Kimchi. I don't work on old radios, Kabuki man. The old man does that for me. Dad has like 8 radios at the moment, and I want him to do videos on them, but he won't. He's got like 8 radios. Tell us about your radios, Dad, if you're there. You would not believe how few techs there are in town to work on amps. Yeah, it's shit. No, I don't know radios. Jam. I'm shit with RF. I should do that one day, get into it, but there's just no money in it, eh? Do it for love, yeah, sure, but you won't be able to make $1 restoring radios, because people buy the broken ones for like $150, $200, because they say, yeah, it works fine, and then it blows up 3 days later, and you got to do a full restoration, and that often takes the majority of a day, because they've been abused and they're dirty, and you've got to fully dismantle them and clean the chassis and reconstruct the thing from the ground up and recap it and come up with new caps because the layout doesn't suit the caps that are available these days, that kind of thing. Yeah, you could easily blow a day or two on just a radio restoration, and unless you're charging someone $2,000 for that, which you're not going to pay, it's just no point. So you do it for a hobby. That's why there's so many ham radio hobbyists, because no one else wants to work on their shit. Not for the price they want to pay anyway. Detroit has 2, yeah, but how many musicians has Detroit got too? Like thousands. And you got 2 techs. That's a worry. And it's going more that way every year. There's a few around here that they've told me on the down low, not saying who, that they're looking to retire in the next year or 2. And that's a worry too, because there's no one to replace them. So the workload here will go through the roof, and that means naturally you've got to lift your price to control the flood, and everyone loses really. We've got to lift the price anyway because the price of everything's going up. But as the demand gets more, to control the demand, you've got to lift your pricing, which means you've got to sort of vet the equipment a bit more. So you only end up working on high-end stuff, and all the low-end stuff just gets thrown in the bin when it probably could be reasonably easily fixed, but you just don't have time because you can't make money on it. So a lot of stuff gets thrown out, and it sucks. Is that someone here? Ah. Yeah, one of my old mates. Might have to mute you for this one.
community experiences. But I think
Well, champions, I'm gonna fuck off. Take it easy. There's too many bloody customers coming in. Have a good